Hello, lovely people. Hope everyone's having a beautiful Thursday. I am Steve Conley. I'm a web cartoonist and have been for an awfully long time. I think my microphone's on. I think everything's turned on. Today we're going to be 3D modeling some magic items. You see, I got some. Put the chat up here and replace that with some art. Those are some of the magic items I've made in this 3D modeling program, and then did some Photoshoppery to them. And so we're going to work on some of them. I think this one was the latest one I created during the last stream. I think it turned out all right. NPC, hello, good to see you. So I've made a few little changes, little tweaks. The music has changed. That was the issue on Tuesday's stream where YouTube decided to just cut my mic because even though I have the license to the music, I don't think there's a way to preemptively tell their system that, you know, I'm allowed to use this music. So it cut my mic. Pain in the butt. I got a comic convention coming up this weekend, so I wanted to look less awful. I'll still look awful, but just less awful. All right, so we got some magic items we're going to do. The tiny scythe is what we were working on last time. I kind of want to work that off on that separately. Let's just do a scary sword. I think that'd be fun to start with. As I was thinking about in terms of like D&D, the idea of a magic item that does more damage or does different damage based on your alignment. So like there's an alignment chart which goes from chaotic to lawful. So it's chaotic, neutral, lawful, and then good, neutral, evil. And then basically where you are on the chart, like your relative chaos, your relative lawfulness might affect the 2 hit, and your relative good versus evil might affect your extra damage. So chaotic good might be +3/+3, lawful evil might be +1/+1, true neutral might be +2/+2. Basically, it's a weird chart and could make a fun item. So this is going to be a straight extrusion of an object. We're going to start with a weird blade. I don't think I want to carve it. I think I actually just want to build it. Extrusions are tough in this program, but let's see what we can do. Not a lathe. Let's see. Let's try with the triplanar tool, just because it's the weirdest one and could be the most fun. So I want to increase. Let me call this. What did I call it? I don't know. Let's call it alignment sword. Let's increase the topology. This increases the. Ooh, I think I went too far already. It was already going whoa crazy. It does not like those high numbers. No, really. Is Wobblade a category or a title? That is its name. That is one of its names. I knew early on in the story that I wanted to give all the characters multiple names, so that as the story goes forward, if they're having a conversation, I don't have to repeat the character's name all the time. So it became Sir Quimp, our hero. I mean, basically, Quimp is a nice short name, but Maledict is a very long name, and I certainly didn't want to say that all the time. So it's Maledicted, the Blade of Woe, the Woe Blade, Stabracadabra. Basically, I just gave him a ton of extra names, aliases, and that gave me room so that if you're reading it, if you're binging the comic strip later on, you're not getting hit with the same word over and over again. Okay, so let's look at this from the left. Gizmo left. Selection mask. Rectangle, turn symmetry off and unmask. Basically gonna erase this side of the thing. And let's draw our sword. We'll use a polygon with symmetry going. I'm not sure how symmetry is going to work in this case. I probably should have that from the front. I should be looking at it from the front. Forgive me, everybody. I'm still new to this program. Okay, go back to Gizmo, to the front. Oh, let's switch to the back, which is basically the same thing. In this case, I want to make sure we're on orthographic and not perspective, because perspective will just make everything messed up. Yeah, and so there are other magic swords. We've met one, Kevin the Illegible. The King's Sword is magical, but it's not of the same type. It's not one of the... it's not of the same class as the Wowblade and Kevin. To me, it was just fun to... Kevin's name was just a joke. It was just going to be, you know, the whole thing is a build up as to what is your name. It's, oh, no one dare speak his name. It's too evil a name, and then it's Kevin. I don't know if the symmetry is going to work on this. I'm going to have to see. Even if we just build half of the sword, that will be fun, and then we can, once we've constructed the rest of it. Because we really just need to build a portion of it, and then once we have it in the environment, then we can flip it and flop it and turn it into the sword we want. I think this is going to be a weirdly tapered blade. It's got to come to a point. Ooh, I like that point. I like that. It's kind of cool. I like the idea that it would scallop in. Yeah, I don't hate that. Because I want to duplicate it. So imagine that thing mirrored. Where is Kevin in the story right now? He's on a quest of his own. He has his own set of issues. Heavens. I had that set to unmask still. Like a doof. Live and learn. Alright, let's try that again. Yeah, Kevin, like Maledicta, has their own set of issues to worry about. I did like that sharp point. Scallop in. Man, I love doing stuff over. It's always so much faster the second time. Okay, I'm going to make this a little pointier. But I will pass your kind remarks onto my barber, stylist, hairdresser, cosmetologist. Okay, so that is symmetrical, but oh gosh, look how chunky that is. I thought I'd increase the resolution plenty. I didn't know I needed to make it... Okay, let's go way higher. Yeah, it doesn't like that many pixels, but they're not in charge. I am. Okay, so we're going to unmask, rectangle, delete the existing shade. I don't know if creating a new set of polygons suddenly introduces a new set of measurements I need to fight with, but we'll see. Okay. Like I said, I love redoing things 85 times. You get faster every time. So I'm going to make the blade a little thinner. I saw when it started, it did reflect, which was nice. But, oh, it's still set to unmask. Let's turn that off. Alright. Getting there. I'm going to turn symmetry. No, let's keep symmetry on and see what happens. So it is Thursday. I've got the South Carolina Comic-Con this weekend. I'm excited for that. That was the event that was canceled in 2020, postponed a number of times, and then eventually canceled. And so it's kind of exciting to see that event back and go back and see readers from the area, and the organizers are very kind. They invite me out. I don't think I hate that. I think I like that. Okay, so That's how it looks from one angle. Let's look at it from the right. Go to view. That was from the front. From the right, it should just be a simple selection, not symmetrical, not polygon, but a rectangle about that thin. How does that look? Okay, it's a little too thick. So we're basically drawing it from two sides and trying to figure out what it looks like in that environment. So I'm going to make it thinner all the way to the top. Boom. Okay, because I can clean off I can fix the tip of the sword. Actually, I could fix it in here. Let's do that. So looking at it from the back, I'm going to use polygon. NPC asks on YouTube asks, do you have all the characters on their own quest in the world? Oh no, yeah. Every single one of the characters has a goal, has an agenda, and I try to make that clear with what they say. To me, that's the most fun with writing dialogue. Is that like when I picture everybody having an argument where, you know, they're all like sort of lawyers making their case the entire time. And so it doesn't really matter what the topic of conversation is. They're always going to be pushing their own agenda. They're always going to want to have... they're all on their unique quest. They're all the heroes of their own story. That sort of thing. Of course, this sword's going to be challenging to add a bevel to because of the curve I just gave it, but we'll figure that out when we get there. But yeah, I like having every character. I mean, they talk about that with screenwriting and all fiction writing is give your character a desire. I think it's important to include that in their dialogue, so everything's written from the perspective not just of the history of the character, but what they want. It's like everything that they're talking about keeps coming back to, like if anyone who's had arguments with anybody else, or being in a relationship or any friendship, you know, a person who you're talking to is all the time thinking about the thing that they want, or the thing that they're working on, or the thing that's occupying their mind. And so no matter what the dialogue is, for me, if I can figure out a way to incorporate that into what they're saying, it just makes the character more real. Okay. I just rotated that a little bit. But I think that I'm going to fix that gap in the middle of the blade. That's not intended. Okay, look at it from the back. Turn off unmask. We'll fill that in. Yeah, this is the first thing I've really been using triplanar for. I tried it for a few other things. I wonder if I need to flare it out more. Let's try that. I'm definitely having a lot of fun with this, I don't know what you call this primitive. But currently David Peterson's has his online con going on, so I was popping in to watch some of those videos and some of those interviews yesterday. Really excellent. So if we have a smaller Twitch turnout today because of that, I totally understand. Oh shoot, I had that set to unmask. Should be the last thing I check every time. It's a shame, I really like that shape. But we can do it again. Unmask is off. Let's see. Excellent. All right, I'm gonna clearing off the top of that thing. When you're using certain shape tools, it does not want to release you can't really rotate the object. It seems to be obsessed with something else. Now we do want to unmask this time. Sweet. Perfect. Okay, that'll be our blade. Again, I don't know what this weapon looks like. I'm just kind of winging it. We'll validate it. That turns it from being that multiplanar projection into a thing in space. How are we doing? We got everything going there. Oh, might as well give a shout out to the music at the moment. I wonder why I can't hear the music. Advanced audio properties. Advanced audio properties. Close. Where are we? Good. All right, so that'll be the basis of our blade. Let's give it a fun hilt of some kind. I think we'll use the curve of a cylinder, like the interior of a cylinder, as our center shape. So a hole. And like that curve. We will rotate it using the gizmo tool. Actually, I'm going to increase the topology. I'll smooth out the sides, make it prettier. Rotate it. Where are we? Validate it. Scale it down. I want to make sure it's centered in the universe. That and the sword. Good. Better. Use the trim tool with symmetry on. Oh, autosave. Change the save time. We can go 10 minutes. Fewer interruptions. Very chunky sword. I'm going to thin that blade out a lot. Again, this is an illustration. This is not meant to be 3D printed, so I'm not remotely concerned with the how tough it will be for a 3D printer to handle this thing. That ellipse looks a little off. I might have just cut it at a weird angle. That's fine. I'm gonna see if I can trim using this ellipse, if I can bevel that edge. Huh. I did. I like that. Sweet. Just making sure everything was plugged in properly. But it is a beautiful Florida day. It was supposed to be horribly overcast all day today, with thunderstorms, but so far it's turned out to be quite lovely. I hope it's lovely wherever you are. So the issue I found with the music the other day was that even though I have licensed it properly, because it was a live stream, YouTube takes the precaution of protecting everyone's work, which is nice. But the end result was that they kind of cut my mic while I was working. So suddenly everyone who was watching on YouTube was locked out. So that was not cool. I think that curve, that was a little too much. Take a little less off the top. And that angle was too severe. Goldilocks, we'll get this just right. I like that. Good. Let's see if I can shave off. We'll lock our perspective. Really need to attach a keyboard to this. I'm doing everything with my fingers and the Apple Pencil. I'm going to use the trim tool. I'm going to flip it so that it's whatever's outside the circle will get trimmed off. Oh, that was too large. That was going to leave. I'm going to go solo so I could just look at the... Man, I gotta get the circle just right. Almost. And that trimmed off the bottom edge. Hey, Eric, nice to see you. And where in the, can you say where in the world you are, Eric? Flipping it. I'm going to go to matte cap. The whole thing will be easier to see. Pacific Northwest. Gotcha. So a couple of changes in the environment here. I've got... oh, I meant to add one little thing. Let's see if I can do that. Streamlabs chat is the topmost layer. Leave that the topmost layer. I'm going to add an image slideshow. Can I do that? Let's try that. Minis. Add the image files. Add files. We'll do this one at a time. It's going to break later on because these are all in my downloads folder. It's full size. So even more junk on my screen. That's cute. It's covering my YouTube handle, but that's fine. Okay, let me see if I'm going to shave off the edge of this blade. So go to trim tool again. Symmetry's on. Oh, I need to... Every time there's a problem with trimming something, always have to remesh. That fixes almost all the problems. Oh, a normal artist. Thank you so much. That's very kind. These are all sculpted in Nomad Sculpt. That's the program that's right over there. All being done on an iPad. And those are kind of the first 4 of the first 5 sculptures I've done. There was one that was preceded one of the figures. It was kind of stiff, so I don't include it. It was kind of like me figuring the program out. So I love this thing, Nomad Sculpt. It's $15. It's an iPad program. It's also available on Android. They're not a sponsor or anything. I'm not involved with the company at all. I just think they've got a sweet program, and it's not a monthly fee thing either. And if it had been, I probably would have not used the program because I'm such a cheapskate. I mean, starving artist. That's way more romantic a title than cheapskate. So talking webcomics, the big news is still, I see a lot of people talking about the contest over at WEBTOONs. I'm hitting the solo button, so we're just looking at the blade itself. I'm going to see if I can create a large enough oval to bevel that blade. It might take a lot of trial and error. But a call to action. That's the big thing. Also, currently, the nomination period is open for the Ignatz Awards, which is the festival prize of the Small Press Expo. They kind of go for indie comics. Think, I don't know, genuine, personal, heartfelt, slice of life, and I would also aesthetically not overly polished. I think they like. I think that if there's the jury for that award is different every single year. But I think the show itself, because it's part of that event, the event appreciates the craft of comics and expert craftsmanship, and also just kind of being able to see the pen marks and not being so precious about the work. DIY or die? Is that your take on SPX? I think that's probably legit. The last time I exhibited at SPX, I was involved in that convention for many years. But my last time I was at that show, and I love the show. It really felt like, if Wes Anderson was putting on a comic book convention. Oh man, this might work. So the idea is I've got this sword tilted at a slight angle, and I'm trying to shave off just a bit of it. Now I gotta do that on the back. I can't believe that's working. Half this program is me like going, hey, what a miracle that is. That worked. And I'm going to add all sorts of stuff to this blade. This has not appeared in the webcomic. The idea is this is just going to be like a magic item, like those ones that are cycling through in the bottom left of the screen. That this will just be something I'm going to put in, like, I'm working on a D&D module. And so I'm creating a bunch of magic items. Many of them are goofy, just weird, or sometimes just some weird homebrew nonsense that's going on in my head, like what if a weapon did more damage based on your alignment, for instance. Not that there are evil weapons out there, and if you're a good character, you can't pick it up or something like that, or it does damage or something. But this is more like, depending on who you are and your personality, it might do more. That's been your experience with most indie people. Yeah, I go with that. The initial episodes of The Middle Age, I definitely had that aesthetic in mind. I wanted it to look like it was hand done. You know, I wanted the pen line to look more like pencil, like this was watercolor. Because my thought was, this was kind of inspired, doing this particular comic. That's not wrong. That's wrong. It's not this particular comic, but the format of this particular comic grew out of a visit to the SPX I was at. That was a pivotal moment in the origin of this comic, and I was steeped in that for a while, and really left SPX going, if I want work acceptable by this crowd, it can't be my over-rendered, over-polished, almost corporate-looking work. Just because the more polished it is, the more professional it is, and the more professional it is, the more Madison Avenue and bogus it feels. That's not to say it's not, if it's more polished, that it's not genuine. It's just that we're being sold at so much that as soon as it's too polished, it feels phony. I think people just, their shields are up all the time. Eric on Twitch says, one of my art school professors told me he used to get indie comics people looking down at him just because he used digital fonts instead of hand lettering. Yeah, absolutely. And all my lettering is fonts. I've tried hand lettering. Oh, let me see if I get I'm gonna hide the art for a little while, and we'll see if we get our chat up there so people can see. But I wanted to mix this up. Occasionally, you're gonna see this pop up. I'm gonna give a shout out to the music by Kevin MacLeod. It's a short little video, and then I'll hide that, and we'll get the chat back up. But I'm glad those slides are cycling through. I just exported those with transparent backgrounds. You can do that right from Nomad Sculpt. Oh, that's great. And I've ordered the sculpt of that little dragon and the little guy holding the sign. So I'm hoping that... Oh, that's awesome. The music credits just vanished. It didn't loop. So I can just click the button and forget about it. Hot dog. I'll get the hang of this stuff. Okay, so that's the outside of our blade. I'm going to put some gems down the middle of it. And if anyone's interested in the comics I do, that's what you see in the doobly-doo or over in the chat if you're on, depending on your YouTube or Twitch. That's me. Let's make some gems. I'm getting better at this. At some point, I'm just going to have a whole bunch of STL gems that I've built, and I'll just keep grabbing those. But until then, let's make a gem. I want this to be a kind of a perfectly square gem, if I can. And we looked at doing this before. I'm going to leave it centered. That just makes it easier to work with. And I'm going to cheat. So what we do is we create a new box that's larger than the other one. We create yet another box from the right view, and we're going to extend it through and shrink it. Basically hollowing out. We're going to create a kind of a tunnel, and we're going to use that tunnel as a shape to chop out portions of the other box we've already created, and that will give us our kind of 8 sides of our gem. And it's way less important that the okay, I guess it... Oh, let's do that. Let's make... That'll be part of our new process. And when I do a step-by-step for how to do this, I think the key will be to make the inset second box a duplicate of the first one so that they're the same exact size. We'll see if that does the trick. So we will merge those two together. What this is going to do is it's going to punch a hole through that box. Keeping sharp edges. Got to make sure that's clicked. Okay, so now our box... What the... Oh, we have perspective on, don't we? No, we don't. Somehow everything got explodedly large. That is unintended. What in blazes happened there? Okay. That's what it was. As I zoomed in, I scaled the thing up because it was so large on the screen. Okay, now let's rotate it. Using the gizmo tool, we're going to rotate it 45 degrees. And I don't trust my eyeballs, so I'm going to go into this thing and type in that number, -45. And that'll lock us in. And we'll do exactly the same thing. We're going to turn that... Oh, I've got to, sorry, validate that previous shape. Select the two of them, and now this will chop off the sides. Box will merge, keep our edges sharp, and now we have a stop sign. Big fat stop sign. Sweet. Yeah, so that's the trick. Taking the first cube, rotating it 45 degrees, and using that as the counter, as kind of the outside die cut for the thing. Yeah, there really is an aesthetic. There are different aesthetic camps, and I think it's a point of pride for people who hand letter. I think they can look at someone like me who uses fonts and think, oh, you're taking the easy way out, or you've not mastered an important part of cartooning. And they have a point. I mean, Todd Klein likes my lettering, even though it's not my lettering. So, and Todd Klein is, I don't know. I don't know if anyone's won more. I don't know if there's a letterer who's won more Eisner Awards, or Harvey Awards, or Ringo Awards. Or can't think of a more acclaimed person. Okay, let's say we're looking at this from the front because we've got to. That's what I'm concerned with, because we want this to be. We want the things we do here to be symmetrical. Oh, but okay, we're going to turn. It seemed to keep the geometry of the thing we rotated 45 degrees, so its own local axis was off, but that's fine. That's fine. I wonder if I can reset its... Tell me I can reset it. Reset orientation. Oh, can I make sure... I'm going to make sure it's centered before I do that. Alright. Now let's go to the gizmo tool. We got that going. Where's our reset option? Move origin. Okay, so I'm going to rotate this, hopefully 45 degrees. I am bad at eyeballing it, but that's right, apparently. Huh. And I'm going to use the trim tool and the rectangle with symmetry on. I ran into this the other day. That's exactly the same problem I had. Because I'm gonna have to just do this with the line function. Okay, we can do that. We can do that. So all this music is by Kevin MacLeod. The issue I was having on Tuesday with YouTube was that the music that I've licensed, and it's totally legit, I'm not able to get them to kind of pre-approve it. So their first course of action is to cut my mic and shut down the feed. So it seems like it seems like they want me to go to, like they want me to spend all my time on Twitch, which is not logical. Whoever said the human species was logical? Oh, that's curious. That was unintended, but I don't hate it. Let me see if I can shave off the top with the rectangle. Oh, I got this flipped. Oh, that's kind of what I was going for, accidentally. Let me remesh that. So hopefully keep the thing from falling apart. Great. And again, this is going to be very small, so in the end, I'm not as concerned about those facets don't entirely line up. Okay, so let's look at it from the side. We'll rotate it. So these are going to be tiny gems. I'm going to just run up the length of the sword. I'm going to check the numbers here. 0, 180. Just to make sure it's along the perpendicular. LJ, hello. Eric says on Twitch, if it's good enough for Todd Klein, it should be good enough for... I think so. I think so. But there's an art to it, and I regret not being better at hand lettering. People who can hand letter, it's very impressive, because it is super handy at comic conventions. Like, if I put a post-it note on a book to sell at a comic convention, I throw away the first 5 because I don't like them. You know, whereas someone who's got real control of the thick and thin, even with a Sharpie, they do magical work. LJ, nice to see you. It's called getting things done. I totally agree. It's your creative work. I agree. And given how much I noodled the dialogue, if I were working from a finished script, I think hand lettering would be more of an option, but I'm changing it to the last second. I'm changing it after the last second. And are you going to bezel the stones? Bezel them. I think this is as much as I'm going to cut them. I'm going to add a kind of a setting frame around them, but I think that's as much as I'm going to muck with them, I think. Plus the time you spend lettering, that's time you could spend, I don't know, drawing or writing. Yeah, that's true. It's just it's a lovely craft, and I think people who are good at it are awesome. But it's just one more piece that, I don't know, I get snooty sometimes because I'm like, well, I write, color, letter, ink my own work. I don't have like assistants and all that stuff, but it's like, that's not a point of pride. That's just a fact of life. It doesn't make something. Peanuts isn't great just because it was only one person. Because then it's like, okay, then almost nothing Jack Kirby did would be great because he only penciled and did the plots. So I don't know. I can't high road anybody or. Okay, we're going to use a selection mask. We use a rectangle. I'm going to turn off unmask, and we're just going to draw a little boop around the side of it. Then we're going to extrude that boop. These are all technical terms. If you get the Nomad Sculpt handbook, it says boops and zoops and things like that. Extract. Oh, not enough. Not enough. Now we're talking. That will be our little setting for the thing. I just hit the clear button to make sure that the mask that I drew, that popped that out of the shape, that's gone. Because if I don't remove it, if I try to transform the thing in any way, all those pixels, I'll show you, all those pixels that I have not cleared. Let's say I'm going to use the gizmo tool on this and move it. Those pixels stayed, you know, you can see the ones that are less selected, basically the pixelated edge. So if you, I guess this can, now I know how to make a fork. If you know, if I ever need to create spines, or let's say I'm making a cactus or something, but the idea that it is that the pixels that you've selected that are masked not only won't be affected, they won't move. They are locked in space. That's my favorite thing anyone's ever said. Cave Geek Art, hello. Nice to see you. I made some little improvements to my interface. I've got like a little, some of my 3D models over there in the corner. Eric on Twitch says Tezuka did everything himself and he lived to the ripe old age of 60. Ooh. And he died saying, "Don't take my storyboard from me." Yeah. Yeah. A Cave Geek Art on Twitch has a Twitch channel and streams to the wee hours of the morning and often keeps me company while I'm doing my late night work. He does amazing, it's leather working primarily, right? And leather staining. I'm begging you, let me work. Wow. Although, I bet he said that every day. It was bound to be his final words. Once I'm on my deathbed, I'm gonna make sure that every third word, every second phrase out of my mouth will be what I want my last words to be. Just improve the odds. I love watching other streamers struggle to describe what I do. Well, you do so much. It's a variety show. Because he'll do leather work. First, he'll start off with doing like flavor text for role-playing games. I think 5e. I think D&D 5e. And then it's like, I swear you had an episode of The Golden Girls on in a like a picture-in-picture at one point. It was something like that. And then recently has had some Acquisitions Inc., which is a D&D performance show from the people from Patrick Rothfuss and the PvP guys and Scott Kurtz. So it's been fun to watch those. I haven't seen those. I don't think ever. I mean, it confused me because as someone who's recently started playing 5e again, I don't understand 4th edition, which is what they were playing when I watched, and I'm like, what's happening here? Don't tell Twitch. I was just running into problems with using music that I've legitimately licensed because I restreamed to here and to YouTube, and YouTube was like content strike. They shut me down in the middle of my conversation the other day. Okay, so that's one gem. We're going to put a few more gems on this. Oh, and I'll show the art slides. This is what we're doing. These are some of the magic items that I'm creating. They'll be for a little 5e module I'm creating set in the world of my comic strip. And some of the magic items appear in the story. Like there's a circlet in there. That's our wizard's staff. Who's over there? And so I'm 3D modeling them and then bringing them into Photoshop and going hog wild with splashes of color and glows and tints and madness, things like that. I don't think I've set up any lighting in this particular environment yet, so everything's fairly dull and still working in the kind of clay chocolate mold. Okay, so I'm going to run these gems down the middle. I don't know if that makes any sense. Ooh, I don't know what I'll do. I'm going to give them all a... That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to shrink that a little bit. Bring that out. Oh, is it still masked? It is. Will I learn nothing from myself? Oh, wait. Does that create the bezel? Oh, no. It'll just soften it because it mushes it. Undo, undo, undo. We'll go to the mask tool. Clear it. I'm going to move it out just to make sure. I've moved the thing a few times. I want to make sure I haven't ruined it. Okay, good. Yeah, that looks good to me. I'm going to group it with the... Well, I'm going to name it just so I don't get any more confused. Simple merge. And so those are some of the images that I'm working on. Let me hide that for a minute. Get the chat back on the screen. You're still watching Acquisitions Inc. They started with 4th and moved into 5th. Oh, that's great. And did I watch David's interview with Scott? Yes, I did. Yeah, I thought it was great. That was great. Scott is a force of nature. I think David asked him one question and he just went. And Scott just went. I'm so excited about Table Titans. Okay, I'm going to create an inset kind of container for the gems that will run up the middle about, I don't know, a third of the way up. So that will require a box, which I will expand, scale, slide down, look at from the right or left, scale into position, look at it from the front, scale it again, and I'm going to trim off some bits of it to bevel it. Yeah, so again, Online Con is going on right now. That's David Peterson's virtual event. He's got all sorts of guests from multiple disciplines. He had Scott Kurtz on from PvP, who's a web cartoonist. Even that out. All right, let me use the trim tool. With symmetries on, rectangle, voot. Tilt it straight back, I hope. Maybe back a little bit further. I'm going to do exactly the same thing using the rectangle tool to trim. That'll give us our top bevel. Gizmo tool, bring it in a skosh. I'm going to take off the sides there too. Take a little off the top. Trim tool. With the line. I want to give that a bevel as well. Nope, need to be more than that. More than that. Sweet. And now I'm just going to have a few gems go up the middle of that. Those are selected. I'm going to pull that out a little bit so that that little stop sign shape around it will come out too. Move that to the bottom. We're going to clone, slide up, clone, slide up. And I'm just winging this blade. There's not a big plan for what this thing's going to look like. It's just supposed to be fun. How we doing? Oh, 5 o'clock, about the 1 hour mark. No drop frames. Everything's going great. I'm going to give a little shout out to the music here, which is by Kevin MacLeod. Turn that on. My name is Steve Conley. I'm a web cartoonist and have been for a god-awfully long time. My webcomic, The Middle Age, is free to read on WEBTOONs and Tapas and GoComics and my own website at middleagecomic.com. Alright, I'm going to create oh, not a tube. I want a lathe. I'm going to create the handle for this blade. But yes, thank you, Kevin MacLeod, for the beautiful music. He creates a ton of music that many streamers use, and it's lovely. I think this is our handle, so I'm just kind of, you basically draw a line on one side of this. You see that center line that I'm drawing around? As soon as I hit that green dot, it's going to spin that thing I've drawn around, creating our handle. Sadly, there's no undo for this function. Once I create it, I either like it or I'm redrawing it. I take it back. I can tweak it still in this stage. I'll repeat what I've said a million times. I don't know what I'm talking about with this program. I've been using it for about 2 months now, and I keep finding new things. The sword was created using a function called triplanar, which I had never tried before, and it's turned out real well. I'm gonna want this handle. I'm gonna thin that handle out because I want to put a little bit of a wrap around the handle. So I'll put a cylinder around it, or run it through a cylinder. Okay. I'm going to go into this and increase the divisions. That will smooth out the edges of the thing. And now I'm going to center it in the world. Gizmo. And now I'm going to get a cylinder. This is an example of what I was talking about with the number of divisions. You can see that kind of stair-steppy. That's the number of panels along the side, like aluminum siding around the cylinder. If you increase the division, you're decreasing the width of each one of those, increasing the number of slats in the fencing, really smoothing the whole thing. So there's a lot of mixed metaphors there. I apologize. Oops, if I don't drop my pencil. And so right now I'm creating a little wrap around the handle. Knights must protect their delicate fingers. All right. Go to the front. We'll slide this down. What I did learn was that while these are separate objects, you can't scale them vertically and horizontally. You can't really smush them. But once you bind them into a simple merge, a voxel merge turns them into one object, basically fusing the forms together in an inseparable way. Yes, you can cut them apart later on, but there's no they're not like puzzle pieces that easily come out again. A simple merge locks the two pieces together, but allows them to be separated back into their original forms. They lose their names. So basically, once you fuse something, once you separate them, they all gain the names of, I think, whatever the single object was called. So it gets confusing sometimes. But anywho, I've simple merged them. That now gives me the ability to scale them both together. Well, you can always scale them, but now stretch them, and that will let this sword handle. Man. Okay, what if the sword handle pokes out a little bit? Do I hate that? Or do I like that? I might like that. That's the sort of thing that, like, if I intended it, that would have been awesome. So I will take the win here. Oh, the handle too small? The handle's pretty chunky. Let's try this. Let's create a lathe with this in mind. With the idea being that the lathe, like the tine of the blade, of that, like the handle is almost more important than the tine of the sword, or maybe they both have interlocking tines. I had that taper nicely. I think that might just get in the way with the wrap I put around the handle. Okay, can I move the thing and then adjust it in position? I can. Hot dog. That changes a lot. Okay, great, great, great. Nope, I want to add a point. I did get a point. Okay. Okay, okay. I feel like this is coming along-ish. That's not doing what I want. I was trying to get fancy and trying to bring those things together. That's pretty good. I turned off all the smoothness. Make this more dwarven in its design. Can you import a reference image and then trace that shape outline onto it? Yes, you can. For a lot of the figures that I've done, I will bring in a piece of artwork just so I can get the sense of the thing. In this case, I'm just sort of winging the sword. A lot of the other ones I've made were kind of like the circlet. I don't know if the circlet's in the... I don't know if I could pop that one up. It's included in the art slides here. There's a circlet, and I was able to create that in the last stream, and there's an axe. There's a big axe, and having reference for that helped because I was able to keep referring to this thing. And yeah, I don't bring it into the screen, but you definitely can import something to the background. This sword is just sort of me winging it, seeing if what can I create in the program itself without a plan. The handle might be a little long. It does feel like a two-handed weapon of some kind. But I love that I'm able to adjust this lathe on the fly. Tell you what, I'm going to see how far I can zoom in if I can add a bevel. Come on. Oh, it does not want me to grab. Oh, we'll go solo. may not be a way to create the exact shape that I want, so I'm going to simplify it a bit. That is close enough. I'm happy with that. Let me get rid of this. So among those images below, some of them I had reference for. Actually, those rings I just kind of made up on the fly too. That had a plan. That ring. Although the filigree along the edges was just sort of winging it. You know, I know I wanted to have filigree, but the pattern itself didn't really matter to me. Okay, I don't think I want this sword to necessarily have a filigree, but I do want it to have some sort of ornamentation. Let's make it dwarfish in some fashion. So I'm going to create some sort of geometric pattern on it with the selection mask tool. I feel like I need to undo all of that because I think the sword just doesn't have a high enough resolution for me to do the detail I want. The edges were very fuzzy, and by increasing the resolution, all of a sudden those lines become a lot sharper. I think part of it too is I'm gonna. Yeah, I think in the end I'm just going to draw this pattern, and then I'm going to clean up the edge later on. I could do that. We could do that. And if I hate it, I'll just delete it. The unmask tool and the ellipse, I'm going to clean off the edges. Oh, I'm going to shrink it more than that for this to work. For this extrusion, it'll pull out material on every side. Yeah, it did kind of look like a circuit board, a little too much. It didn't quite look like I have in my head. I'm sorry, I don't know who did it first, but that kind of World of Warcraft, Weta Workshop, Dwarven, Brutalist design. I had that sort of in my head, but I'm like, I don't want to do that exactly. Okay, this is unmasking. Symmetry's still on. We go in with add a few more. Oh. I'm going to unmask a few things. Knock out some holes in this. Let me see if I can, if this extrudes and it looks any good. Otherwise, I'll just, delete it, start over. That is a nice thing about working for myself. All right. Bringing the extrusion down. Whoa! Hello. What the blazes? That is weird AF, as the kids say. What the blazes? That's amazingly weird. I wonder if the resolution's too high. If that's what's causing the problem. Did I go too far? Closing action, if masked, we want to shell. If it's unmasked, we want to fill. How about none? Nope. Well, that's that. I'm gonna put that in the failure category. I wonder if because it started as a triplanar object, if that changed how this thing is treating this stuff. I'm going to try something simple. We'll start there and see what happens. Can I extract that? Okay. We'll start simply then. A Swiss cheese sword. Dang it, I should have saved that. That's absolutely a thing. It would be a great magic item to cheese. Boss cheesing. Oh heavens, what have I done? I hate doing that. The trouble is that these masks are all independent of the object, and so I suppose that was a feature somebody asked for some reason. Like the idea that all polygons have only 3 points until you stretch them to do more for some ungodly reason. I do these polygons and I'm better off just eyeballing it. I don't hate that. That adds a little bit of character to it. The sword itself has got a mask on it still. I got to clear that off. I'm concerned that that's what I'm seeing and not the extrusion. Ramp up the mesh. Not that much. Alright, I'm going to add some color to this thing, and we'll see how that does. For the handle on this, instead of adding a wrap, like which was a cylinder before, I'm going to try drawing one in. I bet you can lock it to the object. I bet you can, somewhere. I'm such a noob. Okay, select mask. Oh. Again, I gotta remesh the dang thing to have more pixels to work with. Oh, we talked about this, didn't we? I wonder if this will work. Let's try this. We're going to select all. And then we're going to unmask the handle. The grip. Now using the gizmo tool, I'm going to enlarge the object. And it should just be that portion of it which gets affected. And it is. Is there value in that? I don't know. But sure is interesting. Bet I will find a use for that. Okay, now I know how to make the flask of infinite Kool-Aid or whatever. Okay. Clear. So what I want to do is view the thing. Okay, so how do I want to do this? Let's assume I can get this thing back to where I want it to be when all is said and done. Rotate it slightly. Then using the... well, less than that even. Then using the selection mask tool. Doesn't seem too small. And then we will extract quite a bit less than that. Then we will clear the mask and find out how many degrees off of center we are. 4. So I will zero that out. But of course didn't put it right back where I want it to be. But what else is new? So this thing I can rotate negative. I could do the same. It inherited the. Did it? It looks like it inherited the geometry of its parent. And that gives the weapon a grip. at a nice little angle. How we doing? I have a good reference image if you'd like. Oh yeah, always. I think at some point the plan is, right now my Patreon is very much dedicated to my webcomic, and it will always be primarily that one, but I was thinking about spinning off something to do these kind of magic items. I think they'd be fun. They're just sort of an other thing that I do, but I don't want them to distract from my webcomic, because that's really where... How do I get to that? I can get to that somehow. Yes. Stream elements for the win. Oh my goodness, that's lovely. Oh, that's lovely. You said, not a famous sword or anything? It's not? Kind of like the, wasn't it Warcraft? Frostmourne? I think must have been ripped off of it. It is, I'm joking. Which one is this? Is this, I can't think of Elric's blade. It's a Conan-esque sword. Yeah, certainly looks like it. I like the antlers. Yeah, that's gorgeous. See, that's the sort of thing I should be looking at if I had a brain in my head. Oh. But you can just see all that stuff is rattling around inside my dumb brain. I do like the idea of crossing those leather bits. Dag nabbit, that's what we're doing. Oh. Dag nabbit. I'm sorry about the language, everybody. I said this was going to be a clean channel. -4. Just because I like how that looked. Let's see if we can make this happen. Select mask. Oh, heavens. I gotta make sure I'm looking at this from, like, absolutely front. Let's go... Let's be a little crazy. Let's make it a whole other additional degree off of... So -5. I know. Strap yourself in, people. Dude just went -5. Now I'll make the straps a little thicker. Let's assume that they're going to be... I'm still going to do the interposing one, but... 1... Not perfect, but splitting the difference there. Okay. So, on Tuesday, I made a huge mistake. We had a nice number of people in here. I don't know. Especially given all the technical issues that YouTube was throwing at us. I had a good number of people here in Twitch, and we went to raid a channel, Loading Artist, and of course we raided at exactly the moment they were raiding another. They were about to end their broadcast and raid somebody else, like a total doof. And then it turns out Shane McGinnis was doing a Lord of the Rings history, and I wish we'd gone there, because as soon as my stream was over and I saw that he was leaving, I went over to Shane's and watched that. So I regret not sending people there. But I'm a doof. Okay, so this is 0.16. We're going to do this one 0.16. The texture of that is not great. I think it's because of this object. We're going to do these. We're going to increase the resolution of the handle quite a bit. And try that again. Looking at it from the front, select mask. Yeah, look at that. There's no stair-stepping. Sweet. And we will extract that. Much better. Now we will reset. We'll clear the mesh. We will reset the position to 5. We're going to send it the other way. Let's do this right. Let's move everything back to position, and only then will we rotate it some more. We won't go from this position. I think this will lead to a better. I'm going to simple merge them. Why not? Now we'll rotate this 5 degrees. Now we will separate them. Now it's going to name them all mesh. Could not separate. The object has only one part. You don't mean that. Did I voxel merge them? I must have. Like a dupe? Like a dope? Lathe and mesh. Simple merge. Separate. Could not separate. I don't know why it's having that issue, so I will not fight it. Okay, looking at it from the front, grab our select mask tool. I wonder if that's going to work the way I want it to. I don't think it is. I think I really have to make it an extreme angle, like 15 degrees. Live and loin. And we're deleting and we're starting over because there are worse fates. Oh, you're talking about Shane McInnes's stream? Yeah, I really enjoyed that. I wasn't able to participate. I had a couple of questions, but I was making dinner. But yeah, I enjoyed the heck out of that. I'm going to rewatch that one later. Okay, we're just going to see if this angle is better. Extract. Going to undo the mesh. Although, do I need to? If I don't need to. Oh my goodness, my tiny, tiny brain. Of course we don't need to. Stuff that's going to take me just a while to wrap my head around because of being so new at this 3D modeling thing. This is sort of stuff, I bet this is 3D modeling 101. Okay, let's move us back to position. Move this back to position. Now, while I have that mesh, I'm going to clone it, and I bet if I rotate it 180 degrees, my tiny, tiny brain. Okay, and I'm going to enlarge it slightly. I'm going to check this from the side before I do any more nonsense to it. Move origin. That should center it back in the universe. I can slide it down into position. Okay, so that will be my solution going forward. None of this flipping and flopping stuff. Just do it once, and then maybe even that was 20 degrees. I could probably do a 25-degree one. We'll do that as use that as the standard going forward. But I'm going to slide this into position. I'm going to voxel remesh the whole thing. I'm going to select. I'm going to use the mesh tool, the mask tool, excuse me. Invert the selection, basically turning since no bit of it was selected. By inverting that, suddenly all of it is selected, and I'm going to extrude that just a skosh, maybe even a skosh and a half. So now that's a thicker bit. Tell you what, no. Let's not do that. Let's just, while it's all selected, just pull it forward a little bit. Not get too fancy. Neither fancy nor schmancy. Okay, take these two meshes, res them up, keep the sharp edges, voxel merge them. Now separating them should create 5 individual segments. Turn on the gizmo so I can see them and make sure there's no stray segment selected. Yeah, great. Now let's create a new mask, that interposing bit, or that, so using a select mask tool. Very chunky. I might need to. Don't know why that is. Heavens, we're gonna remesh this. Better. I don't know if rotating the thing affects its geometry, but that certainly gave it kind of a throwback appearance. I didn't like that. So we're just going to create one. It's around 1.6. And select this again. Clear the selection. And then we're going to clone that. Slide it up. And I'm just going to have all these things come close to butting into one another. Huge thanks to Cave Geek Art for sending along a little bit of reference inspiration. Check out their stream, both of you. I don't know who's watching this thing. I can't tell. Anyone? People of Earth? Whoa, it's high resolution. Well, let's simple merge. We don't care about that resolution right now. How about that? Bordering on something that was almost intended. I appreciate the inspiration there. I'm going to see if I can shave the blade to make it sharper. I tried that before. It really just kind of erodes the geometry terribly, terribly, terribly. But I'm going to try it. Let's see what happens. I'm going to remesh it one more time, even though we're already pushing it. Using the trim tool and an ellipse and zooming way out. Turn off everything else so we can see what we're doing. Oh, I got flip on, so I didn't want that. Nope. Let's move way out of space. That angle's still not, it's got to be sharper like that. Man, how about that? I will pretend like I meant to do that. How did you do that? Oh, gosh. Years of training. And, okay, I just got lucky. So it's the sharpest angle I can muster. Trying to match the angle as best I can. Hot damn. I don't hate it. Oh, I had a question above. So question, why not create one pattern and then replicate it down the grip? Another way would be to cut away the negative spaces. Oh yeah, totally right. Totally right. I should have just done one. But it was, I'm an idiot. That would be the main reason. Not a reason, more of cause to the effect. So, yeah, I should have just, I should have just done one. Yeah. So this is like the 10th model I've ever made. So so if we're in the shallow end of the pool, of the 3D modeling pool right now. I've got my waders on. I've got a life vest on. Floaty things around every limb. The idea that those models in the bottom right corner look as good as they do is a miracle. I will... Nat 20. Nat 20. Nat 20. Exactly. Exactly. And I really know those characters very well. That's a huge thing. And then also, because they're my IP, I can alter them to make the models better. I was looking at there was a game called Disney Infinity, multi-platform. It was like for a PS4 and maybe PS3 even. It's many years old now, 6 or 7, maybe more. But they had incredible sculptures, and they were off model. I mean, it was clearly Mr. Incredible, but it wasn't Mr. Incredible. It was off. It was. I must have one here. I do. It was like it. That's kind of his figure from the movie, but not at all. I mean, the legs are too small. The chest is too big, and that was sort of the inspiration for a lot of the tweaks I made to the figures, where it's like, it's my character. I'm going to approve the final design. I can go off. So the chainmail looks nothing like that in the comic, but it's two different medium, and I was willing to sacrifice the I don't know, integrity of the model. I was willing to go off model. Okay, so we've done some wonderful things to the blade and the handle. I can put some filigree on there. The handle, it's the hilt is a bit Minecrafty by comparison. Tell you what, I'm going to shave off the hilt as well, just like I shaved off part of the blade. So I'm going to go into trim. Symmetry is on. Again, this is not going to be 3D printed, so I can take some liberties. I'm going to check that angle, kind of a sharp angle, using the ellipse tool. Could do better than that. Cave key card. Actually, when you had the rings around the grip separated a bit, that reminded me of chainmail. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I tried to do a chainmail pattern, but then I was thinking about them since they were eventually, I mean, the main goal was to have them printed as minis. So I knew that if as these were, oh, come on, get in the focus. I'll be your best friend. There you go. I knew that if that had been a chainmail texture, it probably wouldn't have worked. And this was a resin printer, so this was going to be way better, way higher resolution. I mean, I already knew that having all those things sticking out of our hero was going to cause filament printer hobbyists to pull their hair out. So, in picking my battles, I ended up going for a chunkier texture. Okay, let me bottom view, pull back. I'm gonna try to trim the top of the hilt a bit. So you seem to stream often, and have you been doing this for a while? I'm still very much a noob when it comes to Twitch and streaming. No, that didn't work. And 3D modeling. And living in general. Gosh, I kind of like that. That was not intended. Let's see if I can shave off the bottom of it with a similar approach. And then I'm going to reflect both halves. Again, people aren't going to see this from one angle. It's for an illustration, not for a model. So I don't have to make it... It can have a false front. The back of it is not important. So the ellipse tool, flipping the selection so what is not circled will be removed from the model. Interesting. I think because I already did the first two shaves, that did more than just bevel it. I don't know if I like it. I think that's better. I think just having the simple... Let me remesh it. I think simpler is better in this case. Although, let me clone that. Go to the front view, clone. And just duplicate that down a little bit to give it a little more. I wonder how that would look if it poked up the top as well. It has kind of a Thor's hammer vibe to it now, like more of the classic rune, not the MCU Mjolnir. Almost every day, about 5 years now. Holy cow, that's amazing. Well, yeah, super impressive. Okay, well, I think I like this. I'm going to put a little bit of... Let me try drawing some runes on the side of this thing here. And I think I want to make this kind of a gray metal, like kind of a gun metal. I don't know. We'll try that. I say that all the time, and then I revert to something nice and shiny. You don't get out much. Well, the last few years you have some excuses not to socialize. I think there's a song from a Divine Comedy. I don't like to go outside. Very good song. I mean, it's not a rocking song. It's not gonna. I wouldn't recommend it if you're trying to stay awake while driving, but it's a good song. Let's see if I can draw something in here. Yeah, the edges of this thing kind of got corroded. Not a fan of that, but. And I'm going to increase the mesh for all the reasons. So that's what they want to. So that's what it does. And extraction just pulls out the. That what does extraction does a shell. We want to do a fill. And that still creates a mesh. Interesting. So I'm just gonna have it pop forward because life is short. How we do it? Do you like putting Easter eggs in your designs? Because I have an idea. I do. I worry that they won't be legible in some cases. My webcomic tends to have tons of little garnish in it. Like it's never the main course, and it's never. I never want like a pop culture reference to be the joke. But cool. I'm pretty happy with this. I'm going to start adding some color to it. Let me get some lights in the environment. First, I'm going to give the blade some material. Now let's no, okay, good. Let's add some color. I'm gonna actually, the tricky bit is that if I make the gems translucent in any way, for some reason in this program, if I simple merge objects together, they share the transparent property with everything. So if the gems are transparent and they're grouped with anything else, everything they're grouped with becomes transparent. So I have to kind of get things into position before I start messing with the opacity. You write something like World's Greatest Dad. Well, I have a rune. There's runes on the sword in the comic, and I've kind of made my own language. It's not my own language, forgive me. my own alphabet. It's definitely, you know, A through Z, 1 through 0, you know, 0 through 9. So I've definitely just, because it's just so mind-numbing at some point. I'm putting on all these runes. I just start writing words, writing sentences. Who knows if anyone ever sees them. I don't put any spoilers in there or anything like that, so if someone did deduce it, it's occasionally it is drink more Ovaltine. Okay. Lights. That's what we're talking about. So this is our light in the universe. It's kind of our global light. Its position doesn't matter. It's sort of like it's 8 light minutes away, so its exact position doesn't matter. It's just a nice bright day. Now we're going to add a light, a spotlight. This one we're going to make a point. It's not a spotlight, but a point light. And let's say it's blue. The classic blue and orange. Pump up the intensity a bit. Seems I got my 2 lights confused. That's alright. Get that one out of the way. Bring this one down. And now we'll create an orange light. That's always good. Cool colors and warm colors playing. Adding more colors. Oh, I also select the interior tine. I wonder if I separate them. Great. Okay. So that interior tine, I don't want that to be the same metal as the blade itself, but I want it to be related. No, wait, tell you what, let's say that it is. So I select that, eyedropper tool on that metal, select this and make it the same. And this bit will be the same as the handle, which I will just, for starting point, I'm going to make it the same, but now I'm going to change its texture a bit. How we doing, people of Earth? If this is a dwarven sword, I feel like the dwarf kids would totally give their dad a sword. That's great. Okay, so I kind of like that off metal, I think. Okay, these gems I'm going to have to all... Can I separate more than one object at a time? No, I can't. Why would I want to? So let's cheat, and we'll separate one, and then we'll just go from there. Paint that with the same metal color. For the gem, goes with the blue metal. Kind of an orange yellow. Let's go with kind of that kind of gem color. Start with that. Orangey. Paint all. We'll increase the roughness. And now we will... Oh, I can't group them yet. I gotta simple merge them. I have to unmerge them and then do my shtick. If anyone who's watching this knows Nomad Sculpt better than I, which is highly likely, please correct me if I'm missing an obvious trick. Separate, 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 separate. Gem settings. Gems. Now these I will... Where are we? Blending. What I need is another point light somewhere near to glisten off those gems. I can only have 4 lights in my environment. There are 4 lights. How do I do this? A bright white light. Point. Oops, where'd it go? What do I do to you, light? I have to increase the opacity of those gems. I don't see a way around that. Okay. I'm going to remesh this just to put it at the bottom of the damn list. Every time you remesh something, it gets put at the bottom of the inventory. There are 4 gems. Totally. So I think every time I get to the 4th light, I'm like, oh my god. There are 4 gems. There are 4 lights. David Warner. Fantastic actor. Not enough love for David Warner in the Omniverse. What is that? See, this is just that is a stray doodad. We're getting rid of you. All right, so let's go to matte cap for a moment. Just it makes it easier for me to see if I've selected things. Why is that? What else is selected that it's way up there? Oh, again, it grabbed the dang tine. did it grab now? Are there multiple tines? I bet there are. You see, that's your problem there. Got yourself some multiple tines. Huh. That is our extra. That's our extra bit. But who knows how long it's been skulking in our environment. Okay, let's get the lighting back to PBR. And selecting that, we will make this a nice dark leathery color. Doesn't really do leather very well, does it? And the texture control, as you can see, I guess I increase the metalness to increase the shininess. That's close enough for jazz. They have a lighter leather color underneath that. Hey, Eric. David Warner. Isn't David Warner the actor who played the Cardassian in that There Are Four Gems? He also played the human representative in Star Trek The Final Frontier. He played Evil in Time Bandits. Time After, isn't he in Time After Time? Is that the one? What's the Christopher Reeve time travel one? He's a big voice actor. Is he? Yeah, he's awesome. I think he played Sherlock Holmes in some stuff too, or Moriarty. He's awesome. He's a great guy. I mean, not that I know him, but he's great. I love him and stuff. Star Trek V. We cut to the decision-making process. Leonard Nimoy got to make a movie. Why don't I get to make one? Fine. I would love to be able to be a contrarian and just really defend Star Trek V. That'd be awesome. Like the folks who are like, George Lazenby's my favorite James Bond. Okay, I'm gonna say it. I say this a lot, but I don't. This is the first time I've ever meant it. I don't hate this. Okay, I think the sword is fading into that gray background. There's also a environmental image, like this photograph is in the background. So if I change that, it will change what's reflected in the metal. So I'm gonna try to see if some of these others are a bit kinder to our model. And I think I can, there's a way to pump up their effect. And then the rotation of it in the environment. I want the blade to catch a little more light. I'm gonna bring up the roughness of it if I can. I think that will mean it stops looking like metal though at a certain point. All right, I'm going to bring this orange light forward and see what that does. And then I'm going to take a little bit of a break. There is a fantastic slideshow, if you haven't seen it, of guest artwork, fan artwork, and other amazing artwork that people who from my webcomic The Middle Age, including art by D&D artist Jeff D, Pixar Disney artist Marty Bowman, animation director Chris Bailey, just tons of wonderful people, and then fans of the series, and just it's awesome stuff. I need to update it. There's more pieces I've received. So I'm going to change the texture of that tine to match the kind of casing around the gems and see if that's better. There's kind of a stair step to it, which I don't like. Let me see if I can remesh it nice and high. And with the trim tool and with symmetry on, looking at it from the front, grab the polygon tool, point, point, point. May not have carved it enough. It does help a little bit, but whoa, what's that? Something beeped. Did I break something? Who knows? If you're on the edge, that has more of a silver. Yeah, I was thinking about the same thing. And he was the bad guy in Tron. Oh yes, of course, of course. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Let's go to. I'm not blending. Matte cap. Where are we? Where's our matte cap? It was hidden. Ugh, everything's so dark. Let's go to solo then. Forgive me, everything on the screen you're like, what am I looking at? What is this? Actually, it's easier to see on the stream than it is on my iPad. Alright, let's change the angle a bit. Give it a little bit of a bevel. And we got to use the polygon tool to get into the and I don't mind, I seriously do not mind overlapping the shortening the whole thing if it gives me a better look. Yeah, I don't hate that. Or I hate that less. Again, once I run it through all the Photoshoppery, it'll probably look dandy. Try one more thing. That is the same material? It is behaving very differently. Oh, because it's not selected. That'll do it every time. Okay, let me... I like that it's there. But I want to... Let's create something new altogether. Let's assume that thing's a wreck, and I could keep fighting with it forever, but before I take this break, let's see if I can fix this. Look at it from the front. Scale it down. We're going to make a fresh tine. And I'm just going to carve it from scratch. And I think not having it have a outer ring to it will probably make it look better, or outer edge or whatever. Let's see. Validate it. Ramp up the mesh. Trim. And no polygon, just the line tool. Symmetry is on, so I can overlap the middle a lot. That's better, right? It'd be kind of cool if it kind of blended better into that piece. I'm adjust it till the height of those two things match. And then to keep that consistent in the design, let's see if I can do this. Duplicate that, slide it down, bring it forward, front, trim tool, rectangle. Is it selected? Yeah. I don't want it to go into the gem. I just want it to be on the height of the metal doodad that's holding it all together. I don't hate that. NPC, how are you? All right. You fantastic people. It is 6:19. Been at this for 2 hours and 0 drop frames. I think this sword, which again is unnamed, has no idea. It's not in the story in any fashion, but it will be some magical item that I will add, like these kind of magic things below in the doobly-doo. I'm going to take a little break now. We're going to have a wonderful slideshow of fantastic artwork by many great artists, including Max Powers Comics, Siobhan White. And their comic can be read at WEBTOONs. It's called Max Powers. And they're going to have a entry into the Call to Action series on WEBTOONs to check out. I think Eric's also got one that he's cooking up. So we shall see. I'm excited. I will be back shortly. Let's say 5 minutes. I'm going to stretch. Get some of these. You're gonna hear some. I'm going to turn off the microphone so you don't hear all the creaking sounds. But I will be right back. And here's a nice little break. And we're back. Now we've got some of our credits below for the wonderful music by Kevin MacLeod. My microphone's on. Everything's cooking. Alrighty. Well, I feel pretty good about this sword. I think this will be... I think this is something I can call done. The idea is now I will render it at a high resolution, and then I will send it over into Photoshop. And again, thank you, Kevin MacLeod, for your wonderful music. And we're going to create artwork like the stuff you see below. I'm going to add tons of little effects and doodads, and then add stats so that if people want to include it in their game, and if people want to play with the characters from my webcomic in their Dungeons and Dragons or 5e campaign, they'll be able to do so. Okay, so that's that. I feel like I want to do one more magic item. I also want to mention that this weekend I will be a guest at the South Carolina Comic-Con in Greenville, South Carolina. If you are anywhere in the area, it's worth checking out. It's a Saturday-Sunday show. They are very kind hosts. It was the last show that I was going to do right before the blip in 2020. And we're all coming back. Seems like those images of the forest floor after a burn. Little sprigs of life coming back. New. What do we want to do here? What's our next magic item on the list? Well, we were working on that skull for the Scythe of Pascal Possum. Do I want to do that one? Or do one of the other great staves? I kind of want to do one of the other staves. Yeah, it was a rough while for everybody. I'm excited to see people come back. I hope people can be safe. I was able to get another booster shot, so I am about as prepared as I can possibly be. I'm still not taking any chances because I'm a coward. But I'm excited to see people again. There were some readers I have in that town and in the area, and who I met at previous events held there. I'm thinking about this staff being kind of a crooked, kind of crazy staff, that we will play around with things. Like we're talking about how when you move something that's not meshed with something that's meshed, that how the pieces will stick off in weird directions. I'm trying to create one that doesn't look like a rip-off of what Weta created for Lord of the Rings, which is hard to do because they created some iconic things, very iconic. It's hard to compete, frankly. Or it's hard to shake them from your mind once you see them. I mean, I know they were leveraging from the great designers who came before them, but wow, did they put a stamp on them. See, it was nice and crooked, and I go in there and I immediately start mucking with it. So we had the Crapulancer's Great Staff. That is the staff, the one that's right below us right there, that's held by Melvin the Magnificent, who's an Intoximancer. And but there are other great staves. There's the Flagstaff of Arizonia and the Waitstaff of Ruby Tuesdays. I think this might be the Waitstaff of Ruby Tuesdays. So there'll have to be a gem in it of some kind. There's also the not so great staff, isn't there? That was in the collection of Archmage Angus MacGuffin's Unknown Artifacts and Awful Obscurities. The not so great staff of self-deprecation. The Falstaff of Sweet Bombast. A little Shakespearean nod. All right, so we'll validate this shape. So that kind of turns it from being gotta go for a walk, be back soon. Good to see you. Thank you so much I will likely pop in to see you streaming more stuff. But it's so nice for you to be here. Okay, where are we? So we got our basic shape. It's fairly flat. Tell you what, I'm going to take a few steps back, and I'm going to look at it from the right, and I'm going to move these things in space a bit so it's less two-dimensional. Give it a bit of a wiggle. Now we'll validate it. I feel better about it being in space in a more 3D way. Oh, heavens, I take a step back again. One more thing I'm going to do before I get that far. I'm just going to increase the number of divisions. We talked about that as being the number of facets along the side of the thing. And if I zoom in, you can see them. They're individual steps. So if you're going to model a character's hands or arms or an octopus or any kind of tendril or I've used this for fingers. But those individual steps, they can be obnoxious. You can get rid of them by increasing the topology. And suddenly everything becomes a lot finer. I still want to remesh it to give me more pixels to work with. Smooth out the end of the staff. Remesh it again. Every time you remesh it, I've mentioned this before, every time you remesh it, it makes smoothing it easier. So I don't really have a plan for how this staff is going to look, but I'm going to just I'm going to treat it like it's a piece of, like a limb from a tree. I'm just going to add pieces to it and see what I can do, if it'll look good. I'm going to go to matte cap. I like this material a lot. It makes it very easy. Oops. It makes it very easy to see what you're doing. So I like my brush size. I'm increasing the intensity. This is going to drop more material onto the object. Look at it from the front. The nice thing about working on something that's not geometric, I don't care about the angles as much. So I'm going to rotate this thing right out of the gate and play with it. And the view from the front is the view I'm going to render for the drawing, so for the illustration, so that's what I really care about. I want there to be a big knot in it. It's kind of cliche, but having that knot in the wood makes it look more like a tree limb. It's much more it really sells the idea. But so this weekend I'm at the South Carolina Comic-Con. You can find out details at sccomiccon.com. And then while I'm there, I'm squeezing in some time to work on some additional commissions. I've got some going out to my Patreon supporters. And then I also have I'm going to wrap my head around how to solve the problem with the phosphonaze miniature. Those miniatures you see in the bottom right corner, 4 of them are done. As soon as I have the 5th one, I'll have enough for us to be able to have our Kickstarter. Or at least I can start reaching out to vendors so I can get quotes as to what it will cost to make these figures. A friend of mine with a 3D printer printed out a large-scale version of the Quimp model. He's a large figure. You see in the bottom right, very round figure. But even with I think he printed like 3 inches tall. That figure there turned out great. But even that took forever for him to print. So I don't think it's going to be I think it was like 12 hours. So it didn't use a lot of material because it's very hollow. But still, it's a lot of time. So I can't really do it. It really can't be a print-on-demand situation. It's got to be a vendor who makes the model, and then we figure it out from there. All right, let me smooth this. I'm gonna use a very soft intensity. I don't want to. If this is too intense, it will just flatten everything I've done. Immediately, just erasing all those lovely. I think those little striations create a beautiful wood-like texture, and I don't want to lose that. Had a wonderful moment yesterday. Went out walking just to get some air and stretch my legs, and before it gets too hot here in Florida. I'm very flammable, so I don't go out much. And beautiful owl just sitting in a tree, you know, caught in the light. It was late in the evening, but it was just beautiful to see. Fantastic. Okay, clay. I'm gonna add a bit more. So that softened things a bit. Now that, what are we going to call this one? This is we'll call it the weight staff. So it's going to be a little bit like Gandalf's staff in that I think there's going to be multiple limbs coming off the top, and I think it's going to encase a gem. I just think it has to do that for this particular, for the gag of the name of this staff to work. So I'm going to pull limbs out from this. How do I do that? With tubes. We use tubes. I don't know if I should have made the corners sharper of the whole staff. You know what I mean? If I make the whole thing, will that be a cooler style? But I think I'm already set in making it soft, so I'm going to stick with that notion for now. I didn't listen to myself by increasing the topology. Validate. So what, let's take a step back, thicken that up some more. Felt a little uneven. And I keep saying that, you know, it doesn't matter how it looks from the other side, but there's a certain amount where it's got to work. Looking at it from the front, tube again, path, look at it from the side. I'm going to increase the topology again and validate. And now I'm going to rotate the thing a bit, knowing that the whole staff has been rotated. Man, I feel like these limbs are way too big. Like I'm going to have to add more staff to this. Well, that's fine. This thing's going to be crazy. I like crazy. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I really want to make everything about this sharper. Like, really push the angles a bit. Make it more stylized than naturalistic. How we doing on that? Eric, how did you dodge all the gators? I've yet to see one in the wild. I mean, I've yet to see one in the, not outside of a like a designated wetland. Like, I did some canoeing, and there were just these kayakers just kind of going by and say, "Hey, you see the alligator over there?" And I'm looking over, I'm like, no. I'm looking and looking, and there I just see the eyes above the water. I'm like, I want to go home. I felt like I was like on a serving dish going past this alligator. I mean, my only defense in nature is that I'm probably gamey. Yeah, I'm an indoorsman. I do not belong in nature. Okay, a gem. Let's make a gem. I've been struggling with these. I will get good at them at some point, out of necessity. Okay, I feel like I'm going to have to add a whole lot of extra to this staff. This is kind of like, it kind of got away from me. That's all right. The first model is always garbage, and I make the next one better. Okay, let's start with we start with a box for our gem. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Try and drag it out. Let's put it back to its origin. Solo. I think I just want this to be kind of a rough hewn gem. I don't care about the... I'm just gonna start shaving pieces off of this thing. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. Okay. I'm gonna remesh. Something smart to do every once in a while. LJ, hey, how are you? Which wouldn't be discovered until after the... That's true. I think I look unappetizing. I think gators would be like, I'll wait. It's sort of like they're at one of those sushi stations where everything's on like a conveyor belt or like a little waterway, and every bit of sushi's on a little boat. And I'm the first piece that goes by, and everyone's like, oof. I don't. That one looks like it's been sitting out for a while. I also want to get, after this staff is done, that was a big chunk taken off. After this staff is done, I want to, the plan is to do one potion bottle. Because I haven't done one of those before. I don't know how to do that. It'll be fun to try. And I don't think I don't think a magic bag is complete without them. Oops. Oops. I'm going to remesh again. So that text below and on the side there, if you see it, is who I am. I still on Twitch need to do all the little stuff at the bottom of the screen, all the doobly-doo to say, here's who I am, here's where you can read my comic, here's where the books are, and all that stuff. There's some of that text appears on the screen here, but I really need to make actual links and such. I'm just working to get this to a point at the bottom and the top, and I might stretch the whole thing. I'm currently if you're just joining me, I'm currently shaving a gem, or trying to. This is going to be a kind of rough-hewn gemstone that's going to sit in the middle of a wizard's staff. In theory. It also just might be a lump of coal or dirt when I'm done, because I am a novice at 3D sculpting. You can see in the bottom right corner of the screen some of the other things I've made recently. They hint at a talent that I barely possess, but I just got really lucky. I think I rolled a lot of nat 20s, as the D&D people would say. I'm using a program called Nomad Sculpt, which is free. It's not free. It's $15. It's free. It doesn't have recurring monthly fees. That's the big deal for me. There's a lot of software out there that asks people to pay and pay and pay. Not a fan. Blending. I reduce the opacity, and let's make it red. Bring the metalness up. Although it doesn't really, metalness doesn't really show up in this particular view. I go to PBR, which is the kind of more legitimate lighting, kind of like realistic lighting. Matte Cap is much more of a kind of a cartoonish simplification. I'm going to stick with Matte Cap though, because it's easier to work with. It's easier to see what you're doing, and if there's an imperfection or like any problems occur with the model, it becomes super evident in Matte Cap. Like you'll see like just debris and weird pixelization. I want to make this thing look more angular, more shard-like. Like it was a I don't know, piece of a meteorite, a chunk, like they chipped off a piece of a much larger magic stone. Again, a little shout out, just because it's so easy for me to do this now, I just added this thing to the music credits of... Wait. There it is. Luckily, we don't have critters with nasty bites. So maybe cold weather is a decent trade. Yeah, that's true. That's true. There are a ton of lizards where I'm at. Little tiny lizards. And lots of turtles. And... yeah, I'm pretty happy. And there's a one of those freelance projects that has been consuming me is creating trail guides for the state of Florida. And it's a lovely project. Part of it is illustrations of and photographs of wildlife. And so I'm learning a lot. All this talk of Florida man, you know, it's kind of a... I tend to think that it's caused by the beautiful weather. I think, you know, people talk about how crime goes up, or incidents of crime go up in the summer. That's mostly related to people going out, I think, going outside. In Florida, people are always outside. They're always bumping into each other. They're always, and there's also, it's also a madhouse. So, but I think every state I've lived in has been a bit of a madhouse. I think Florida gets a bit of a bad rap, but it's super funny. I like the jokes. And there are just this huge swaths of just politically, it's just also a wreck. It's awful. I think I've carved this thing too much. I think there's probably a remesh it. I mean, the nice thing about it being digital is I can just scale the thing up and just keep carving. But there's probably some sort of ideal number of cuts to create the effect without so smoothing it out that it stops having facets and stops being a gem. There's also probably a logic to the number of facets that are on the back of the thing, so when it becomes translucent, that you catch reflected light in the back and it makes it look awesome. Those killer manatees, Eric says on Twitch. Yeah, they are. I have seen manatees, though. I have seen them. There's a lovely inlet. Oh, I'm on the coast, East Coast. And it's a lovely inlet with an aquatic center, like a marine biology center. And it's beautiful. I mean, it's such wonderful. They take care of injured animals and. And it's lovely. I mean, if I weren't like completely flammable, like if I go outside, I almost immediately burst into flames. I would be able to enjoy it quite a bit more. There's not enough sunscreen in the world. I was on the beach, like a lot of photos of the beach, like look at these crowded beach scenes during the pandemic. It's like you take a photograph of the beach at a low angle, it looks like it's populated, but people are 30, 40 feet apart with fresh air and so that. So I went to the beach when it started to calm down and everything started to calm down and people, it wasn't a madhouse. It was like I kept my distance. I was always like half a football field away from everybody else. But at one point, some dude starts coming near me in my general space. I'm already like anxious, and somebody comes up and says, like, where are you from? They just look at me like you can't be like, well, clearly I'm from Transylvania or Siberia, or I couldn't be anywhere where there's sunlight. Like I'm from here. I've just been staying at home like you're supposed to. That would make me a vampire. Although that's where people play Highlight every year. A lot of love of Highlight. I don't know. There is a sign off the highway for like a Highlight center. I think most of my Highlight knowledge comes from the Mad Men show. Okay. I think I've belabored this gem, and we're done. That is there it is. I'm probably going to make it look, now that I see it, I want to probably make it look more like a splintery crystal. Like it's like a jagged, like a collection of crystals being held like by a gnarled hand yeah. I think this whole thing is going to start over. But we've learned a lot. I think it has to sit in the staff like the flame of a candle would. So I think that's part of the design. I have to have that kind of logic to it. And then the bottom half of the staff, let me just do this right now. We'll cheat. We're going to split. And I'm going to use the lasso tool to split. This is going to... So, oh no. So the idea is when I create this kind of weird curve there and circle around, suddenly the staff is in two parts. So there's a lot to do here. There's a lot of, I think I might want to make it look more druidic. Like there would be like a gem in the top, and then the like a vines that come around and wrap around the thing. Maybe even a few leaves. There is a staff that's held by tabula rasa. I've not written any history. I've not indicated any history of the thing, but maybe there's a incentive there to include that. Yeah, I think this is a good start. I'm gonna save this and we're gonna do our potion. We got about an hour left. I'm gonna do a potion bottle. See if I can get that to work. Thinner perhaps? Yeah. I think so. I think the whole idea would be to make the I really like the idea of having the kind of gem be pieces of glassy crystal that are kind of, you know, like not the crystalline entity that destroyed Commander Data's home colony, but or the one that got Kal-El to Earth, but I don't know, at least 3 crystal shards that connect, like one larger one and then 2 pieces that kind of come off, and have them all be red, and that like but translucent, and so the light that can come from each as the pieces overlap, the color gets more intense, and then have them held in place by a staff that, and then I can have vines and things wrap around it. I haven't created vines before, so it'd be fun to see if I can. I'm optimistic, cautiously optimistic. Let's do a potion bottle. This should be easy peasy comparatively because it's geometric. So we'll start with, do I do a lathe? Cool kids would do a lathe. That'll make the bottle more interesting. Or do I start with a sphere and make it like classic? Let's do sphere. That doesn't mean it's not look like a sphere. That looks like a lump. Their initial spheres are always kind of like lumpy. So I will get rid of that, create a new sphere, increase the subdivisions a bit to make it smoother. Oh, no. If I do a sphere... No. What I'm going to do is I'm going to build the interior of the glass as if it were, and then mold around it, and then pop out the glass. I wonder if it'll work. It might look too gross and textury. But there's only one way to find out. So I'm going to... Got a cylinder. I'm going to increase the number of faces with the topology of Voot. Slide this up. This is the neck of the bottle. Again, this is the interior of the bottle. We're doing the contents. We're basically doing the hollow of it, and we're going to extrude out the glass on the outside. Erica, I'm Data Crystalline Entity Truther. This channel, whatever this is, it will never be popular, but you know, there was this, we find each other. I think that's what it comes down to. We find each other. Okay, so that's the hollow. The hollow doesn't have any extra accents. Does it... But let's be somewhat fair to the people who have to place this bottle on a shelf and they don't want it to roll away. Let's give this a flat bottom. Trim, rectangle, remesh. Oopsie day. I had the flip button on. Alright. We'll remesh again because we cut it. Now I'm going to merge these two objects together. Man, if this works, this will be the simplest thing I've ever done. Oh, undoing that. Because I didn't keep the keep sharp edges. I think where these pieces intersect. See what that did? That weird mesh? I think if I have the keep sharp edges checked, that's what it looks like now. It did not sacrifice the fidelity of the intersection. Federation cover-up. They don't want you to know who's really to blame for the crystalline entity attacks. I have a lot of questions. That's all. I'm just saying. I've got a lot of questions. I'm doing my own research when it comes to the crystalline entity. For people who don't know what the crystalline entity is, you have a healthy social life, presumably. Move origin. Okay. Let's try this. We're going to take one shortcut. We're going to go with a select mask, rectangle, we'll do that. It's a little stair-steppy there. I don't like that. That might be my camera angle was slightly off, because they shouldn't be capable of stair-stepping, because we're looking at it, if we're looking at it straight on. Okay, now we're going to extrude. And wonder if the glass needs to be a little thicker. I think this is working. Huh. I will be damned. Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. Okay. So that's our glass. I want the glass. Let's go solo. I want the glass to have a little rim around the outside edge of the top bit. And we'll do that by clear. Select mask. Undo, because we're not looking at it straight. I saw like a stair stepping to it, which we shouldn't see. Okay, we're going to try extruding that a bit thicker. So from 3.9 to 5. Make them both visible. Oh, not enough. A little more. I like it. Okay. Now, let's name some things. This is the fill. This is the interior of the thing. These two, we're going to voxel merge at a high number, but keeping sharp edges. Again. I'm going to adjust the opacity of the thing. I think this is working. I'm going to turn off the other thing, just so we don't see it for the moment. Okay, the hollow is doing some weird stuff. gonna try remeshing. That's weird. I almost like it. What is going on? Let's have a little fun, and let's try splitting it and seeing what this does to it. Oh, heaven, Steve. I wonder if I can backtrack. I wonder if this is an artifact of some sort of symmetry. I mean, again, this was so simple. It feels weird that it's remotely complicated or being okay. Let's do it. Let's do 3, 3, 6, and let's adjust the opacity and see at this point what's going on. Okay, we got some weirdness there where the two things were connecting. Okay, I can live with that. Sort of, kind of. Border smoothness, I'm going to turn that off. That might make it worse. Okay. But I don't think it's going to matter that much. I think oh my goodness, that's way too... That glass extrusion was super thin. For all I know, this has something to do with... like... no. I thought it might have to do with camera distance. Yeah, that's so weird. 0.5 and 0.7 were like night and day. Or no, I hit extreme. Sorry, I hit engrave emboss. I should have hit extract. Let's do 5. Forgive me, that's me moving too fast. Faster than I'm thinking. Okay, let's go back to right. Yeah, I like this a lot. Okay, let's go back to the right. Let's go back to the list of objects. We're going to hide the mesh, click on the fill, clear that. Again, go to the front view, select mask. Sweet. Okay. Everything seems to be cooking. No drop frames. I hope everyone's doing great. Hope you're working on your own artwork. Yeah, I really like how that looks. I think that glass, the lip could be a little bit larger. It's kind of cartoonishly large, but that's fine. Sweet. Okay. Now, selecting this thing, I'm going to do the blending again, knowing full well that there's going to be weirdness inside there. I wonder how much of that is the post... No, that's without post-processing. Gadzooks. That's weird. Okay, cool. So this is our fill, which I want to turn into our liquid. So I'm going to duplicate it because, as I've mentioned in the past, I'm a coward, and I like having a backup plan. So I'm going to clear the selection. And what I want to do is I want to make a kind of a liquidy fill to the thing. What is the best way to do that? It would be to have multiple wavy things all intersecting, then smooth, and then somehow negative, having a piece removed from it. Do I want the liquid to go up the neck of the thing? I don't think so. Okay, let's try this. We will create a box. We'll lower that box to here. We'll validate that box, and we will select the other fill we have, and increasing the resolution, we'll voxel merge. This should create a cavity inside that box that is the size of our fill. If this goes to plan, as the kids say, then I should be able to create the liquid on the surface of this thing and then clean it up with the other shape. It's just so crazy it might work. Okay. So validate. Increase the mesh. Using the brush tool on the top. On the top. I'm just going to paint in some prominences. And then subtract some. And then add some. And the whole reason to do this, kind of like to remove that bit, to have a cavity that we can then use as a positive, was that it would let me... So I'm going to mesh this down. Simplifying the mesh will mean that the smoothing function will be more powerful because there's less for it to think about. And then I can increase the mesh later. And yeah, look how it just melts. Really put up the intensity of that. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of that? I had an idea. I also love that we're only 58 steps into making this model, and I feel like we're very close on it. As other people have seen me work, as I work on in this program, I'm a big fan of like swirls, and I should have done that with the liquid. Nope, smooth. Sweet. Okay, okay. I want to reduce this thing's opacity as well, just so I can see the other things that I'm working on. This mesh is the bottle. I can spell bottle. Holy cow, that's small compared to everything I'm doing right now. Alright, let me bring that size down a lot. Also, I'm changing the angle a bit, so it hopefully will create a cooler effect. Flattening it a bit because we can, that will simplify it a lot. All right, that's the box. Now, this fill is the counter that we've created. So, looking at it from the top, I'm going to shave... No. Yeah. I'm going to shave off pieces of that fill we've created. And I'm going to hide our... No. What have I done? That's the box. I'm missing a piece. No. That's the duplicate fill. Forgive me. I'm sorry. I lost track of where I was with the number of pieces. I have so few pieces in this, I got really confused very quickly. Whew. I thought I had deleted a piece. Okay. So I can turn off the bottle. We have the fill, which is our kind of our mold. I'll turn that invisible. And our box is visible. I'm going to increase the resolution is nice. I'm going to hit voxel merge, and it should just leave us with a roundish container of healing potion, let's say. I think that worked. I'm not surprised. I knew it was going to work the whole time. That was that was as close to Gene Hackman telling Miss Tessmacher that that there was no time to save her mom in Hackensack. Just the... I think the top view, I might need to move this over a bit to make sure it's inside the... That's the glass. Okay, and now we'll turn our fill back on. That's our container. We'll select it. Nothing sticking out, and we're going to do that again. We're going to voxel merge, high number, keep sharp edges, and this our sphere should be full of... bummer, my internet took a nap. Oh, I'm sorry. I have accidentally made something good. Okay, the fill can go away. We don't need the fill at the moment, but the bottle's there. The bottle is weirdly textured. I am amazed that this looks anything like what I thought it was going to look like. Okay. We need a cork, and we need some sort of wraps around the bottle. So, front view. Cylinder. And now I can make these bottles a lot... Now that I know kind of sort of what I'm doing, I can make these bottles more interesting looking. And the thing about cylinders, they can have two radii. They can have two radiuses, radii, radiologists. And so I can have the cork taper pretty easily. I'll increase the divisions and we'll validate. And then for the cork, let's add some distressing to it. Looking at it from the top with the trim tool and the lasso tool. Oh, turning off symmetry because we should. Unbelievable that this is working at all. Okay, let's get some lights in here. Hey, Cave Geek Art, welcome back. And LJ on the YouTube's good to see you. We are making a potion bottle, and I accidentally made it right. I'm still confused as to how I've made this looking like what it's supposed to look like, but I wonder if I should have smoothed this. No, that's fine. So it looks textury and weird. That's even better. We'll increase the roughness. I want it to be shiny though. Let's turn the roughness down and the metal down. That should be something liquidy. Ooh, that texture on it's crazy cool. Okay, the glass. What do we want to do with the glass? We want to reduce the blending even more. And we'll start with metal. Turn the roughness down and the metalness. No, we want the metalness up. Metalness middle. I'm going to give it a color. Okay, so I think the lighting's going to have to do a lot of the work here. There is one light. Yeah, we're going to do that again. Oh, that's the cork. I just moved the cork. I think glass might be best lit from behind. With a bunch of lights up front. Okay, add a light. This one will be a little blue. Powerful point. Let's see what a spotlight does. No, let's stick with a point light. I think that'll be good. Bright blue. For those who are joining us, my name is Steve Conley. My name is Steve Conley, and I write and draw the webcomic The Middle Age, which is free to read on WEBTOONs. Hey, and my spam just appears as if by magic. I write and draw a webcomic called The Middle Age. It's free to read online on WEBTOONs, Tapas, GoComics, and my own website at middleagecomic.com. It's been collected into 2 delightful volumes. Both soft covers are available from Amazon, and signed hardcovers are available from my own website. It's been going on for about 5 years, and has garnered award nominations and all sorts of kind praise. And I'm currently working on some magic items for a sort of 5e, if you're into the whole role-playing game thing. Which light am I working on? This light. This is the light I want. Okay, I like you there. This is I'm creating little magic items. I can show you how they look. They start with 3D models, and then they start to look like these things below me. I take them into Photoshop, and I add all sorts of paint splashes and highlights, and go in there with my pencil and add special effects and extra highlights. Too many, but you know, there are certain things you can't do in the 3D modeling program, so I kind of push them a little bit further than all that. And then in the bottom right corner, you see some 3D models I've made of characters from my webcomic, which are being turned into D&D minis. They are probably a little too large for anyone who plays 28mm. Come on. Like, this guy is, with his sword, he might be 40mm tall. So he stands 8 feet tall, this character. But his base, it's a 1-inch base, so you can put it on the table. He can muscle a few people out of the way. But any smaller, and then you don't see the details, and things start falling off. A friend of mine just printed a 3-inch version of the character, 3 inches tall, out of their filament printer, and it turned out all right. It was pretty exciting to see. All right, I'm going to pump up the light on that one a little bit more. That seems to be holding the glass together. I might change the color of the fill. Let's see what goes on. Let's see what's happening there. I have to turn off the bottle so I can actually select the fill. Mana potion? Something more purpley, magically, a little eldritch. The cork does not look like a cork. It looks very... Ooh, I just smushed it. I'm going to take off a few notches out of the bottom of it while I'm here. I think to make it look more like a cork, I'm going to have to paint some stuff on it and play with the texture a smidge. How do we do that? The stamp tool. Let's use the stamp tool. We don't use that a lot here. Using Scratch. Apparently the trick to this is having custom fall off, where it is like a table, low and flat, and that gives you the best effect. I wonder if there's a way to randomize the output. And that's clearly the thing. World, space, radius, share radius. All right. That's too much. I'm going to lower the intensity a bit. Still too much. I'm going to go down here and reduce the fall off even further. And then I definitely should have done this first, but oh well. Live and learn. I'm going to smooth the edge. Actually, I'm going to smooth the whole dang thing now that I've added that texture to it. Okay, alright. Can I belabor that anymore? So that orange light really did a lot to hold the thing together. I don't know if it feels like a... Let's look at it from the front. I'm going to see about adjusting the color of this bottle a little bit more. That cork actually looks like cork now. So whatever I did there worked. I want that bottle to be a bit more opaque. The physical books, were they made via Kickstarter self-publishing, or did you have a publisher? Eric asks. A Kickstarter. They were all done with Kickstarter. I tried to find a publisher. I tried to get a comic book publisher to publish individual issues. And even with an Eisner nomination or two, it proved impossible. They, everybody I talked to, it didn't work. Which was frustrating. Because I thought, oh, I'm really onto something now. You know, you get an Eisner nomination, you think, all right. You get a second Eisner nomination, you think, all right. Some Ringo nominations, everything seems to be like, people seem to like it. But it just, the publishers weren't going to go for it. I think after I'm done rendering this thing, I'm going to have to paint in bubbles and things like that. Yeah, oh yeah, even with the Eisner nomination. And I was talking to a publisher who's generally, and to me, the main reason to do, I would view the comic books as ads for my Patreon. You know, I don't expect to go publish a comic book in the direct market and ever make money. You know, my art style's weird compared to, it's fine for what I'm doing. And a lot of people, and I get praise for it. I'm very happy with it, but I know it's not American comics. You know, it's not Image style. It's not Marvel style. It's not 90s. It's more European. That's the best way people can describe it, which means no one in the States would buy that. And so then I had a successful Kickstarter. And even that would be like, that was met with, oh, I think I know the problem here. I think I need to up the mesh here. I think I've got a low mesh. Given that I only have 4 objects in this environment, I think I can go up on the mesh and not worry about it. I like the idea that the light would catch the edge of the liquid. But yeah, you'd think with all that there would be, that something could happen, and I was surprised when it didn't. I'm also going to play around with switching around things. Like you see reflections in that, like windows, that kind of window, which in the cartooning book was called a phosphene or a phosphene. That cartoonish highlight. Yeah, I mean, it had a successful Kickstarter. But I don't know. My style's weird. I get that people wouldn't necessarily immediately gravitate toward it. But I was mostly hoping for the deals from media. I want there to be like a TV series. I want there to be, and all of that would be just like, hey, find out who I am, read my books, and then support me on Patreon. It's like, that's what it's, you know, I can't count on the movies ever being, any media thing ever being good. You know, all I can ever hope for is to get people to read the comic, because that's the only thing I can control. Okay, I like that liquid. I think that's cool, but I'm going to have to put in bubbles. Oh, so it should be translucent as well. Why aren't I thinking? Oh. Let's try this. I'm going to put bubbles in there. I'm going to actually make some bubbles. How are we doing on time? We're doing great on time. Sphere. Increase the point subdivision to smooth out the surface of it. Validate it. Scale it down. Bring it in. Left. It's actually in the liquid right now. Fantastic. Okay, so let's say it is, we will color, sample the liquid there. Let's choose that sphere. We'll call it bubble, so I know what I'm talking about, ish, sort of. And I will fill it with the same material as the sphere. What does that do? It does not help. It was a cute idea, though. What if I make it invisible and shiny? Really ramp up that. No, the roughness is down, the metalness is up. Okay, so it's got those, what is it, those drinks that have the stuff floating in them? Oh, let me put the chat back on here. Oh, that's the music credits. All right, once the music credits end, the chat will pop right back up. Eric on Twitch asks, regarding who I was approaching, were they comic book publishers or book publishers? Both. The comic book publishers I was particularly surprised by, given that I know some of these people and they're, many are friends of friends, and that was very surprising that they weren't, again, given that the thing is done and has a pedigree already, and an audience. Not that the tricky bit now is that the books already exist. The books are in print, and they can say, well, how will this sell? And they can look at my meager sales efforts with no, again, one of the best things I've got going for me is that no one's ever heard of who I am. So there's all this room to grow. All I need is I've managed to succeed, I feel, with very little. And so it won't take much to, just even if a handful more people know who I am, it should be huge. All right, I'm going to try smoothing the edge of this bottle and see if that catches more light. Maybe a little more intense. We'll try it again. Wow, that mesh is already way up. Let me do it again. Ooh, it was thinking about it. Okay. I think it does catch a little more light, which I like. But there's two of them right now. No, there's only the one. Interesting. It's very opaque. It's hard to see the texture of the liquid now. What have I done? Post-processing. Oh my goodness. Post-processing. You're a darling. Look what you've done. I'm going going to rotate the fluid on the inside of the bottle. Duplicating it first, of course. Oh, that's right. That's what happened. I reduced its opacity to make it translucent, and the end result was a weaker effect. Let's try if I rotate that. Will that give me... So they're both there. Both translucent. So... and impossible to see. It looks cool when they're fighting with each other, but dang, that's awesome looking. From certain angles, when the light catches it the right way, it's beautiful. Okay, let me keep moving and we'll put a rope around it. Yeah, I was very disappointed that they didn't go for it, but what are you gonna do? It just gave me more reason to work on my own thing, and I still have plans to publish a comic book into their world. I think it will work. I think my comic would be popular. You know, not gangbusters. It's not gonna. I mean, that's, I guess, it's tough because I'm sure my sales pitch is like, I don't know. I think it'll be popular. I don't have numbers to back up any of this. I'm not sure if that's how other people approach these things. Okay, I'm gonna make that bottle way more opaque just so I can use it and see the dang thing. Looking at it from the front, I'm going to rotate our rope. I'm going to increase the number of steps as usual. Validate using the smooth tool. That thing just folds. That is weak. Remesh the heck out of it. Hopefully that'll reinforce it so that I can melt it a bit. I want to melt it and then put a little ropey texture on it, like a weave. And then I'm going to flip the thing so I have it on both sides. I'm going to increase the pressure of this and try to smooth it some more. Oh, Eric on Twitch writes, I hear you. My buddy and I spent last year trying to get an agent for our book. Oh, wow. We pitched it to an imprint at a publisher because the person who started it was a professor of ours. But COVID shutdowns and supply chain stuff meant all the publishing queues were backed up. Right. And no agents were interested in our comic. Gotcha. Yeah, COVID threw a whole... I mean, for all I know, I dodged a bullet. Like, if it came out during COVID, maybe, you know, who knows? Or if I had planned for some big event, like it would come out at a big convention and then the convention gets canceled. Yeah, it's a very good point about the timing. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, the good news is it's still yours, you know, and I hope you get to do the stories you want with it. I am going to. How am I going to do this? It's the best way. Select mask. Lasso. Let's do that. I'm just gonna go around this thing with some selections. the lasso tool just gives me the freedom to kind of move quickly. And the specifically the select mask tool, unlike the mask tool just seems to sort of just sit on the surface of the selection. It doesn't kind of go all the way through the selection. And I want this to go all the way through so that when I extrude it on all sides, it produces the kind of texture I'm going for, that will catch the light. Okay. Yeah, it goes all the way through. That's excellent. So I will extrude. Short height. We'll see how this looks. Too much. Perfect. So I will select that thing, and I will deselect the mask. And I will merge them together. Big old voxel merge. Keep sharp edges. I'm about to hit the whole thing with a smooth brush. But I kept the sharp edges just so it would hopefully retain its integrity long enough for me to do this. You know, like I want to be the one who smooths the thing and gets rid of the pixels, and I don't want the computer to be the part that does that. We're just going to do it as a webcomic. That's great. My friend and I, we realize the stuff we want to make, the book publishing world will never want. No, quote unquote, no market for it. Yeah, I get that. It's like they have boxes. They've already made the boxes for the things they want to sell. And if your stuff doesn't fit into the boxes they've already made, you're out of luck. Of course, I didn't do the back side of this rope. Why would I? No one could see the other side of the thing. Oh, right, this is glass. I'm a dummy. Well, I need to make that. I'm going to make that the same color as the cork, just as a shortcut. And I made the glass opaque when I was working on it, just so it would be easier to work with. Yeah, you can see where the cord kind of goes back to being a straight line. Good from the front. I could smooth that cord out some more. And then I can cut it in half and mirror it. Or I could just go back in time, because this whole model was only made with 300 steps. So it's super easy. It's a great program. I love this thing so much, which is really Eric on Twitch writes, which is really annoying since the book publishers actually pay enough people to make a living at doing comics. For people to make a living. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, part of the beautiful thing about the crowdfunding is that you're less beholden to them. You know, like all those people who got 2 seasons of their show on Netflix and then it got canceled. Because I'm sure in Netflix's mind it's easier to... You'll get more subscribers if you announce a new series than if you have a 3rd season of an existing series. And if you're just looking at the numbers of new people and the churn rate, then it kind of is a no-brainer. So those people who've got like who really wanted to do their 5-season story is kind of out of luck. Although, you know, I guess the toss-up is you want to have enough success to quit the day job. Okay. And I will go to the front view and I will select the cylinder, which is the rope, I think. It is. And I will duplicate that. And I will mirror that flip object. And at the front of the bottle, I'm going to move it forward. I'm going to drag it. Move it. Oh, these two got moved. Yeah, I'm going to move it forward a little bit. Just so it doesn't dig into the other rope. And then both of those cylinders I will select and I will look at from the top and I will rotate them so they're not perfectly symmetrical with our bottle. Oh. Although and these ropes generally wrap around the neck of the bottle as well. I wonder if I should have the texture would make them look like leather straps and not like these. These look like almost like spines, little spines. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'm gonna hide those for the moment, and I'm gonna focus on moving these to the top of the list. I will save, and then I'm gonna try a render of it. It renders very quickly. We'll see how it looks currently at this angle. Actually, let me adjust the environment first. I think I like that one. Okay. We lose the texture. Those two translucent bits inside of the potion are lost inside the bottle. But other than that, the effect is fairly effective. Okay, so let me hide one of the fills. Keep the second fill. Just because I like the angle. And because we have so few, it really is just these three objects. I can save it at this angle. And oh, let me try something. Let me go back to Back to formula. No. Front. I could stretch them all together. If I group them, I could stretch them all together. But if I group them, they'll all share each other's transparency. Let me try turning that potion transparent one more time. One last time. Blending. Oh, it is transparent. Son of a gun. Okay. Fine. We'll do this together. We'll move it forward. We'll rotate it. Bring it forward. I'm not sure why it does that. That might just be the preview mode. How are we doing? If you add knots, it might sell it more. Yeah, I think so too, LJ. Absolutely. Export PNG. Oh no. Yeah, no, that's what I wanted. Export PNG. Interesting. I think it's solid. I think it looks good. I think it's a little dark, the glass, which makes me think I can lighten it a bit more. If I add a few more glares to it, but I want to try this. I want to rotate it to the point where it snaps back there. And see what that does if I export that out. Because at this point we might be hitting a wall of what the program can do. If that rich color keeps at that angle. The cork looks surprisingly good. Now, it would help if I knew what kind of potion this was. Like, should I put like I mean, it's translucent, I have an eyeball floating in there, or, you know, another gem, more gems for me to carve. Interesting. Well, I think this turned out pretty great. And we're just at that time. It's interesting that there are certain angles with which... Let me try turning off post-processing. See if that's the thing that's... No? At certain angles. Bewildering. I'm going to see also if I rotate the fill on its local axis. It's also the fill. Curious. I do like that angle. That whirlpool might be more apparent in that position. We'll do one more export PNG and see what happens. I want to lighten the glass some more. Yeah, that looks better. You can see the swirl. Okay, I like that angle. Lighten the glass. I don't know if I can sample the... I don't know if there's... So I've lightened the color, and I'm going to increase the blending a little bit, so decrease the opacity. Export PNG. I like that. I think that's pretty. I think we've made some nice things today. All right, you lovely people. It is 8 o'clock on the East Coast. I'm going to wrap up here. Not a huge turnout. Hopefully everyone's watching David Peterson's online con today. if you're on YouTube, we're going to end the broadcast now. And if you're on the Twitch, I'm just going to try to raid David's thing with 2 people. So that'll be fun. Have a beautiful weekend. I'm going to be at the South Carolina Comic-Con this weekend, sccomiccon.com for details. You can read my comic at middleagecomic.com. Yeah, read my webcomic. See if you like it. And if you're a publisher, see if you want to publish it. What's the story behind it? Oh, the potion? There isn't one. As far as this could be the potion. I want to make the potion that Melvin pulls out of his beard, the legendary hero potion that turns Quimp into someone. That woman warrior we see fighting her way out of Gaff. But there's a potion that Melvin pulls out of his beard, so I definitely want to do that. That kind of is a kind of a shape change potion with random results. But this isn't that. This was more like, can I do this? And can I basically? So what the process for this was, which was I lucked into it. I created the hollow as the sphere, the hollow sphere of the container, and then the neck of the container. Not the container itself, just the thing that would fill it, and then shaved off the bottom so it could sit comfortably on someone's desk and not roll off. And I then just extruded the outside like it were the candy coating approach, and that gave us our glass shell, keeping an eye on things like mesh level and maintaining sharp corners. And then I extruded one more bit for the neck, for that kind of extra bit around the neck of the bottle, and it was done within minutes, and I was surprised that it worked. And then the whole thing after that was hollowing out, using that container shape not only to extrude out the glass, but to use that container shape to create a hollow within which to pour our liquid. So basically I created a large area, made the texture on top, and then used that outer shell to bang out, to stamp out the center sphere of liquid, all in position. And the whole thing, this whole render was like, I don't know, 400 steps, and it was the first time I did it. So creating other shaped bottles should be easy, following the exact same approach. Texturing the cork was a brand new thing for me too, so kind of lucked our way through it. Illuminated art, ready to raid. Are you ready to raid? Are we ready to go? All right, let's try this. Let's go over to David's thing. We'll join a few people over there. If you're on the YouTube, have a beautiful night, and I will see you on Tuesday with a convention report, and we'll work on more stuff. And have a beautiful weekend. And Twitch folks, let's hang out for one more moment, and we'll go raid another channel.